Are we back? I think we're back. Yeah, we're back. Interesting. Welcome back, folks. Hopefully people find the stream again. This outage brought to you by Xfinity. Be sure to pay for a gigabit line in order to have daily outages. I think this is running. Did we remember to do this correctly, though? Nope, we gotta switch this line. And let's see if this still works. This should solve the bug. I think that what just happened, it's not that bad. So what happened is that we were like, the XP range was too small, so it was potential that you were killing something where nobody is in XP range. Yeah, and if you kill something when nothing is in XP range, then there's a divide by 0, so it just crashes. Greetings from Germany. Currently on my master's thesis in Safe RL and recently discovered your channel. Enjoying your streams. Thank you. Hope you find some stuff interesting. Invalid XP. Wait. Wait, hold on. How is this possible? Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm dumb. Because I used the wrong function. It should be max. Oops, right here. So the issue was, I think players use L infinity for their attack range. and this was using L1. So it's like square versus diamond, you cut off the corners. I think that this should work now. We'll see. I'll be very surprised. It's possible that there's something jank going on, but hopefully not. We'll see if we get any errors. This looks good. Good. This is running correctly now. Is it running slower than before? Nope, not noticeably. We'll obviously have to redo a little bit of optimization. It's very likely I have a line or two that's not running in C. But it's pretty good so far. So let's see if we can extract any information out of this. Level tank is... Okay, tank is still even so far. Let's see if it falls behind still. Okay, it's starting to fall behind. It's like good for a few levels is the weird thing, and then it starts to fall behind. Which I assume means that it's just not scaling as well as the other characters. It is using its Q and W. Does it still have mana problems or something? It has what should be a very strong ability. It should be very, very strong. I'm kind of confused. Let's wake up a little here. So, let me really think about the scaling of this. If I'm saying that this is scaling 2 points per level, then it's 5 ticks per second, so it's scaling 10 DPS per level. Is that right? So at level 1, 25 damage per second, right? They have... No, it's way more than 25 damage per second. What am I talking about? It's 125 damage per second. So TTK has like 4 seconds. That seems like ridiculously good already. It seems like they should get, like, lifesteal, right? It seems like they should get lifesteal. I think the thing that is difficult to balance here is to make this ability keep up with where it is now. This is like a 4-second TTK, which is just like a stupidly strong ability for a tank character. It doesn't need more damage, like it needs more sustain, right? But it's already taking a lot of damage. It's already doing its job, like tanking all the damage, right? Let's actually, I'm gonna run this one more time because I want to get the screenshot of the mid game. And get the screenshot of the mid game. Actually, you know what I can do? I want to track this one because I'm actually going to use the Wanbi graphs and we're going to do something cool. Going to do something cool. I'm trying to think of like what tank characters do. They have abilities that help them like stay alive. Usually something to draw aggro, so you have to hit the frickin' tank. Like some annoying thing that if you don't deal with the tank, they were like really obnoxious. They don't just kill you instantly. It's already tanking enough damage. Is it dealing enough damage? What we're going to do is let's go get the graphs prepared in Wandby for what I want to do. And by the time we prepare the graphs, this will be set up nicely, I think. This one, right? Okay. How do you do grouping on these? Wait, what's the thing? Oh, you can just do level assassin, burst. Perfect. This is what we wanted. Let's do. Where'd your stupid plot go? I made the plot and nothing happened. It just doesn't make it. Okay, I'll make it manually, stupid thing. Okay. It still didn't make it? Where's the frickin' graph? Oh, am I just dumb? Did I like... Yeah, I totally messed up. Okay, whatever. Here. So this goes here. Long range carry outside of XP range. I don't have attack ranges that far for that to be a problem yet. It was just a damage formula issue. So here's the game at the moment. The tank is not... Hold on. Let's add a panel. Let's do this properly. Damage dealt. And then we'll do damage received. YouTube didn't send my message. If it had a link, then it might have auto-modded it. Other than that, I don't know. It may be something weird. If you don't see it on the screen here, I'm probably not seeing it. Okay, so here we have some metrics, right? Ignore these two. I made the graphs too many times by mistake. So here we see that there's a level gap. Like these at mid-game. You have level 17 to 18 carry assassin. Actually, mid-game should be considered earlier. So tank is 2 levels behind by level 10. And support is 3 levels behind. And if we look at all the graphs, damage received, the tank is tanking damage. It has the highest damage received by far. It is actually ahead in damage dealt as well. Do you see that? Damage dealt is like at the top. But it has the lowest hero kills. Well, I guess it doesn't have any burst damage, right? So it makes sense, but then it shouldn't be behind in levels. It should be getting the XP from team fights. So actually the tank looks very good here in the sense that it's like very high damage dealt, very high damage received, very low hero kills. That's what we want. The thing I don't understand is why it's behind in levels. I mean, look, it's like, it's doing its job. This is like the end of a game right here. You can see that the carry eventually, like, the other classes catch up with damage dealt. But then heroes killed. This guy just needs to not be underleveled. Why is he underleveled? Why is he underleveled? Let me think. Go back to the XP formula. I would think that's fine, though. How about deaths? It's low on deaths. It should be fine. It's in the fight. Maybe it works now. Initialize in range with true. And num in range with 1 for the player that's killed. Yeah, so the thing that you just suggested would technically be safer, yes. So I will fix that. For now, it's not ever doing this, but yes, that is the way that you would fix that. I don't like this whole section of code in general. I want to figure out a way to condense it. But it should be correct. What's the reason for using L1 over L2 norm? It's just less math. No real reason. It might be a little faster, it might not be. I don't know if it matters. This thing does, you have to remember, this runs at over 1 million frames per second. So little things like that can end up mattering. Like having to do a square root. Abs is a really fast function to compute, right? You could use L infinity if you wanted as well. Breakout runs at 1.1 mil SPS on GPU. Well done, Noah. Very well done. Very well done indeed. You can run a carb sweep for hyperparams if you want. You should literally, if you want to do 100 million step runs, like you could literally do, you could do like the whole tuning run in an hour. M after swimming class. 100 mil is plan. Yeah. Cobb's a sweep. I still don't know why this tank is behind on levels. Like, it looks balanced otherwise. It's just like... You can see it's consistently behind by a few levels here. Like, several levels. I don't know why it would do that, like... AoE dot. Let me check the deaths over time. This is the wrong panel. Oh no, this is the right panel. So, yeah, no, it has low deaths. It's doing exactly what it should be doing, but for some reason it's not getting levels. I mean, I guess it's just because, like, there's no... Maybe it's okay, right? Like, the other stats are balanced and they're not playing as a team at the moment. So yeah, technically if you're just running it down mid, right, like the tank isn't going to be able to secure as many kills because it has like this damage over time effect. It doesn't have like the burst. So I think maybe this is okay for now. I mean, it's doing its job. It's tanking. And it's actually doing a ton of damage as well in AoE. So I think the only one that we have to deal with is the support, right? Support is weak. I think that the support needs... Actually, where's the death count? Support actually has a reasonable... But the support's even lower level than the tank, isn't it? Well, let's take a look at the damage numbers, maybe, and the hero kills. These numbers are honestly fine. I just don't think it's having the game impact that it should have because... Let me see. Let's look at ability usage and stuff. Yeah, so it's not healing its team enough. It is using all of its abilities, though, which is good. Let's go look at the abilities again. Hook is probably fine. Make this a little better of a cooldown. We'll decrease the mana cost. This is already pretty strong. So I think just decreasing mana cost a little and decreasing this. The stun. It already uses the stun fairly often. 3-second stun. It's already quite strong. I guess it's just it really needs to be doing much more healing, right? But it already has a huge AoE. Like 5 is a really strong. Whoops. Okay. 5 is already a very strong AoE, I believe. It's like a half HP heal. It's just not as strong because the support is so far behind, I guess. Make it 350 base. We also have to add up like all the different heals, right? Because like the support heals everybody. I think that this might be enough. We might be sat right here. This might actually be balanced enough for us to like play with the game a little bit and start on like making it actually more interpretable. I think this might be like a good first round balance that we have. We'll see. We'll make proper graphs for all this stuff as well. Oh, these stay around. Level. Keeps the level graph. Keeps the hero kills. Keeps deaths. Healing dealt. Dealt. Okay, these are good graphs. So this should give us a nice balance of everything. And we'll get this as a cool screenshot as soon as we get like a full game. They're only at level 9. And then we will go off of this. As long as this is like reasonable as expected. Yeah, look, you can see the healing dealt here is higher now with the support. We'll see if it continues scaling or if the tank just massively outscales. But, there's level. Support and tanker are still behind a fair bit. They're more team dependent though, so I guess it makes sense. Okay, here it is. Post this. There we go. So here are our graphs. This is way better. Yeah, this is way better. So the support is now, it's doing a lot of self-healing, so it ends up tanking quite a bit, ironically. Nowhere near as much as the actual tank. But it is also doing more healing to its allies, which is good. Any dead skills? This is a tech skill. We don't care if they're not using it. And that's the only dead skill. This is pretty good. 5-minute meta. Look at the level distribution. It's pretty decent. I still think that the tank and support are a little too far behind. They're like 4 levels behind instead of 2. But the thing is, like, I think that they're just more team dependent, right? Like if your damage characters are just running it down mid and not waiting for you and stuff, then yeah, they're gonna kill a bunch of minions and then die. And then if you run it down mid, like you're not gonna kill as many minions before you die, right? So like if they were actually playing better as a team, I think that this would be more reasonable. But like overall, I'm happy with this because you can see that the tank starts out doing the most damage, right? And then, but it doesn't scale as well its damage. So like the carry and the assassin characters end up doing better than it. How's Burst here? Burst is up there with assassin. It's like just an all around good character, I think. Um, assassin is like YOLOing it, so yeah, it has a ton of deaths. Support and tank generally more reserved. Healing dealt. Tank has most healing. It's just pure self healing, so it's sustain. Support comes in somewhat close second, split across the team. Damage received, the tank tanks. Support tanks a little bit, the rest of them are way lower. I think everything is good here. These stats are all good. And if I'm looking at the skill distribution, like, I'm kind of amused that the burst doesn't use its W. I think we're gonna buff the burst W a little bit, and then we're gonna be done. Because it should be using its AoE. I think if I just make it cheaper, this might make it way too strong. We'll see. We're just gonna nerf the. We're just gonna make it cheaper, because it should be using this. It's a good ability. It must just be too expensive, and we don't care if the carry isn't using its Q. That's a tech skill. We might have to play with it a little bit because it just might be awkward. Uh, but yeah. All right. Next 5-minute meta. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, then after that we'll probably start actually like playing the game a little, making it look better, putting new assets in, you know, actually doing all that stuff. So that should be cool. And we'll be able to use the train policy to play against, which will be fun. Be right back. All right. How are our agents doing? Oh, look at that. The burst, it's a little bit better. Does this give us a slightly better curve? Burst. Yeah. I think that was a good buff. Still below the carry for damage, but it's pretty good, and I think it probably scales earlier. Thank you for the reminder, Linky. All this stuff is free and open source. Right here. So if you want to, whoops, let me refresh the stream. If you want to support my work for free, you can do that by just checking it out on GitHub and starring the puffer. At 811 so far. Been good growth. Let's check this last run and then let's do some fun stuff. Good luck, have pizza rolls. What? Okay. Okay, so this is good. This gives the... Look at this. So Assassin is very good early. And then Burst in the middle, right? And then eventually the late game carry takes over. So this is a perfect curve. And then, of course, the support and the assassin are farther behind than they should be because there's no team play. Hero kills. Again, assassin. And then burst takes over. And then carry takes over, which is perfect. Deaths were good. Damage dealt. Tank. Yeah, damage dealt will be a little different. Healing looks good. Perfect. We've done a solid job here. Assassin burst carry. That's like a perfect curve. Commit this up. Oops, let's just post this. Oops. The kills one works as well, right? Assassin. Why can't I see this? Wait, it's assassin, burst, carry, right? Yeah. So let's just do this. Solid. Okay, so we have this push now, and we can build locally. On the right box. Here we go. So I don't want to get I don't want to get too bent up like making a giant client, but we need to add at least some level of stuff to this. So how do we do this, right? How should we make this client? I'm trying to think like what they're really. Do I need to do projectiles? Okay. Man, brain is not working. I might have to go make a coffee. So I'm thinking like I'm just trying to think like how can I jazz up the game in a way that I can make it substantially better just today. Simulate all the parameters needed to simulate. No, I just want to do I just want to like improve the visuals a little bit so that like you can tell what's going on a little better, right? That's all I'm thinking. So there are stuns, slows, attacks. Technically the best thing would be to have like projectiles and stuff and render projectiles, but we don't actually have projectile travel time in this. So I could just make like an attack animation or whatever. I could just make like an attack animation or an attack state. Like I have like the puffer that puffs up or whatever. So I could make that the attack space. Wait, can you target a space and implement a time delay? No. I mean, I would have to change quite a bit if I wanted a time delay. It would add non-trivial logic. I could do it. It's just like I don't know if it's worth doing that. Like I want to do the simple thing first, right? Like I want to do the simple thing and see if it's like it feels good enough to play and such. I was thinking I make an attack state animation, so like when you do something, there's like an attack state, which will probably just be the puffer puffing up, because I have that. Um, I could make like I could like tint the enemies, like I could do like a damage taken effect. That would really help. I mean, like healing, stun, slow. I could do all of these as overheads, maybe? No. I could do stun and slow as overhead icons. Are you still writing and publishing papers? Um, Considering how garbage the conference cycle has gotten lately, no. I do still write technical manuscripts and blog post type things, but publishing has essentially become a waste of time. That said, there is a Puffer 1.0 white paper, and it is possible that I have. It is possible that at least something will be published in NERPS this cycle, but like the review quality has just gone to complete garbage. Like we have like multiple papers that like provably are using LLMs to just write all the reviews, and like yeah, it's a mess. Academia's become like a mess with LLMs. No interest to going back to academia, none at all whatsoever. That doesn't mean now I'm doing something that's pretty close to that in research, right? But like I mean, I basically now I'm just focused on like how do I make RL good by whatever means I feel like, and I'm releasing all the tools and I'm doing it kind of all in the open, but I'm no longer constrained to like you can only work on things that academia thinks are reasonable to work on. Yeah, I've gotten so much more done, frankly, since graduating. It's like it's kind of ridiculous how much faster I've been able to get stuff done. I do collaborate with academic labs though. Puffer provides free support to a couple different academic projects, and hopefully I'll be able to expand that in the future as well. Thinking about doing a PhD when I finish my master's. Do you get to do it any faster because you have a master's? Like, I know at MIT, basically, if you do a master's first, you're screwed because, like, you've spent the extra year or two to do a master's, assuming you didn't just do it during your undergrad. No, that's rough. Yeah, that's rough. I think it actually makes it harder to get into a PhD program as well. Um, so the exception would be like if you did a master's in 4 years or whatever in Europe. So I do a PhD in the US. That's pretty brutal because, like, in Europe, it's you do in Europe, correct me if I'm wrong, you do undergrad, then you do like 2 years for master's, and then 2 or 3 years for PhD, right? In the US, it's like the PhD is one program where sometimes you get a master's along the way. But if you already have a master's from somewhere else, it's still going to be a 5 year PhD. So basically, you're in school until you're 30 if you do, if assuming you haven't done like any job stuff in the middle, which is really rough. 2 years of master's, then PhD. Yeah. I mean, doing a PhD in the US after that is rough, frankly, right? Like if you had like a good offer in Europe, that would be reasonable because then you'd still be done in a reasonable time frame, right? Because you have the masters and then it's just like 2 years or 3 years or whatever. But undergrad, then masters, then 5 years of PhD, that's a decade of school, right? It's rough. Do you know about any interesting labs in Europe working in RL? Yeah, there's some. I think the major affiliation in Europe is that, like, DeepMind is there. You get paid in your PhD, so it's somewhat like work. You get paid 1/10 of what you would make in industry. The stipends are like 30 to 40K in the US usually. Yeah, you make, yeah, you're making like 400K minimum, even out of undergrad if you have if you're coming from a good top university at least. Particularly with a master's, yeah. It depends a lot what your other options are as well. Let me think. I wanted to do this animation, like this game animation type stuff, right? So let me go actually put on the water for a little bit of coffee. I've had too much today already, but like I'm not, my brain is just not working. Let me think. Wait, what time is it? 2:47. I think I'll just crash harder if I do that, actually. Fuck. Whatever. We'll make through it. We'll get through this. Let me see. So, uh I think that we can do effects, we can do stun, and we can do slow, and we can do speed buff as like overhead icons. That's easy. We can do on hit effects as like a flash, a color flash. That's easy. If I, as soon as I get the asset, I can do attack animation. I can do that. That's fine. What else do I need? I mean, there are all sorts of animations and stuff I could add, but I think that like that plus like having like a decent map background and stuff would already make it substantially more enjoyable. I'm not going to spend like a week trying to do like effects and stuff that I don't know how to do, right? But I could spend a few hours just like making the thing at least relatively easy to understand what's going on, relatively easy to play, right? And then like testing that everything works. We probably should get a map at some point, and we also need to patch a few things with the current map. But yeah, that seems reasonable to me. All right. So I think that we have to just make the sprite sheet then, right? We got to make the sprite sheet. This could be done relatively quickly. What size are your tiles? You can render them whatever size you want. I think the maximum is, I think the graphics are 128 by 128. So anything up to that. The assets will rescale. So here's our current sprite sheet. How big do I make this? 256, 256? That's too small. 512, 512. Wrong button. Okay, view, guides, guide layout. 5, 0. This is wrong. It should be 4. Okay. What the hell happened to my layers panel? There it is. Okay. Copy, paste. What the heck is wrong with this? They locked? This is bizarre. Okay, here's a puffer. There's a puffer. There's a puffer. Did you want to keep the aquatic theme or ultimately make something akin to platonic ideal stock fantasy? I don't know. I kind of find it funny that like the objective, it's like you're playing the pufferfish and the objective is to get stars. It's kind of like it's funny, like over the top obnoxious advertising for puffer, which I kind of like. And I already have like some assets for it. I think we're going to do this for now and we're going to see how it goes. But it definitely amuses me. I think you can you do like align? What is it? Can you do like how do I put these, make these fuckers align? I think these are aligned, maybe. Okay, give me a few days. Hey, if you want to improve on this stuff, that'd be awesome. So this puffer is, I can get you the files for this. I have higher res files. This is technically our logo. So, and I have larger versions and I have like an animated version of it. So, I mean, like you see the guy that I have right here over the chat window, right? Yeah. So like I have that. Um, so I was thinking that like maybe I can take that, I can like downscale it, and then like I can have like it basically maybe I can separate. I think I should have separate swim files. I don't know how the artist gave it to me, but hopefully I have separate like swim and puff files, or maybe it's in a format that can be separated so that I can have like the idle animation be like swimming or whatever, like a 3 frame or like a few frame like loop for swimming, and then maybe like the attack will be like the puff animation or something. I figured like something like that would be relatively low effort and would like jazz it up at least a fair bit. The other thing is that if I make this render at least reasonably fast, if I don't do like crazy stuff with the effects, then technically if I do eventually port this to C, I could probably make a from pixels train mode. I don't know if that's useful, but I could do it. Asprite has some really nice tile export tools. All right, cool. Yeah, I can give you all these files, including the source ones. I'm going to make a few little things for now. I need to get like some... I'm just going to go grab some stock stuff to use, and if you find better stuff, that would be cool. Oh, cool. I guess people like it when I post random shit throughout the day. I've heard people like Asprite for stuff. I've not tried it. I don't know. I took a course in Photoshop in like high school, and I've just used it ever since. Um, right. We need some icon packs. Like, I like this one. I think that this is for an existing game, though, isn't it? What is this game that has really nice icons? Oh, it's a tank game. That's so funny. They have really, like, these are nice little icons. I like these. I probably should not just be using random games icons, though, huh? What's the... I can look on... What is it? Is it itch? Like... No. Where's this on? Is it on itch? No, it is on itch, right? Yeah, okay. Stun icon. Wait, that's what I pinged you on Discord. Hold on. Let me see. Wait. Ah, I lost all my windows. Hold on. Where's the Discord? Tizzy over a ripped sprite. Where'd you ping me on Discord? Oh. Wait, what? Why do I not see these? Dang. Why do I not see Discord DMs? I don't see anything. Oh, I see. This is you. Let me read this. Okay, that's awesome. Let's see. Yeah, that's awesome. I'll definitely take you up on that. And for reference, the plan is in the future, I do want to add like bounties for code stuff, but maybe even asset stuff around Puffer. The deal at the moment is while I am making negative dollars, there are not going to be any bounties. But, you know, as soon as I get revenue, there will be bounties. That's not like a, you know, a back pay promise or anything. But if you want to contribute, absolutely, that would be awesome. I will show you. I'll show you because I don't just rip random stuff. Like I'll rip random stuff for testing, and then I'll go pay for something better. Is usually what I do. I'll show you what I did for. I have another project that is not public yet that I might be able to show you privately. But I'll show you what I used for it. I don't know if you know this guy's assets. Has a whole bunch of. It's like there are a bunch of assets that are all in the same style, and they have like sprite sheets and stuff for characters. So I used this before for a project, um, and it looks quite good, but it was a ton of work to get everything working together because like I had to deal with so much stuff I'm not used to, like there was like just to give you an idea to get like the character generator for a thing, I had to like do a whole bunch of processing on like hundreds of different sprite sheet files and then like collate and procedurally layer them together and then like export layered versions of everything just to get stuff to like just to have the characters load. It was quite a bit of work. Trust me on this pro bono. Awesome. Well, I do have a history of, I'll show you as proof. I do list non-technicals as contributors. Here are the two people from Upwork that did the original puffer. And here's the paid designer that did this, not this website, did a different website. So I do list people. And I help promote where I can. Pain, especially when you can't reach out for edits. Yeah, it's tough. It's also when stuff is like, it's very hard to find something in a style that you like for a project that has enough work in that area, right? Because you need something to be like one art style. So I could never find, like, I can never find packs for substantial projects that have like all the stuff that I would want to have together. Like, so I just end up like using whatever is the closest or whatever is the most cohesive. I've done stuff in the past where like, hold on, let me find like the art pack that I really liked. Can I find it on itch? It was. There was like some really good stuff. Is it these ones? I think these were pretty good. But basically, like, I'll do this thing, right, where, like, I'll go looking for art to, like, even if I, like, try to buy stuff, right, I'll go, like, looking for art to buy, and, like, I'll find something that looks cool. Like, okay, this is cool, right? Like, these look really interesting. This is, like, kind of flat, not super noisy, right? Like, these look good. I could do something with at least several of these. But then, like, you know, this person will like only have potions or only have like a few things, and then there'll just be like nothing else in a similar art style. Stuff like that will happen very often. So yeah, it's very difficult even to like just make like small amounts of graphics for like a research sim like this, because without having like a dedicated artist on stuff, it's like getting stuff consistent is nuts. Hey lab, welcome. Kit bashing issues. Yeah, it's tough. I will show you. Remind me remind me on the Discord, like ping me if I forget. I gotta go rebuild it and stuff, but I can show you like the project that I was working on where I just used the Mana Seed assets, and like it came out well, but it was a ton of work, and like was it exactly what I wanted? Not really. Like, does it look good? Yeah, mostly. Yeah, I don't know. It's quite tricky. But I do plan on doing a lot more Sims and stuff in the future as well for this. So it's going to be a problem I'll have to figure out. Um, so like briefly, one of my big plans with Puffer, right? And I have a video upcoming on this, but my idea here is that if we just get enough different simulators, like the MOBA is one, Snake is another, Snake's a really simple one. We have a few in between that are like medium complexity. But if we have like 10 of these that are diverse and interesting, and some are really hard, and some are really easy, and some are in between, and they're so fast that we can just run comprehensive experiments overnight, then RL is just solved because we will no longer be in a place where you have to spend 2 months to validate whether anything is correct or not. And like you're publishing just papers that are wrong because the experimental evidence is just too weak to support anything. Like things will just be instantly conclusive. And at that point, like you don't even have to worry about algorithms anymore or any of the science side because the progress just becomes inevitable, right? Just by like instantaneous speed of iteration, like the progress just all becomes inevitable. So that's what I'm looking at. And I'm trying to build out the open source community around this. Like we have tech, I suppose now non-technical as well, but we have a couple people that are starting to contribute simulators to Puffer. Um, Noah's doing Breakout, Nathan's doing Pong. They're both super high performance. Nathan's talked about another type of sim that I'm interested in. I've got a couple other PhD students I'm pitching on, like, hey, we should collab on a different sim, right? Like, so this stuff can go pretty darn fast once it gets going. Um, yeah, it can go pretty fast once it gets going. And I'm trying to keep my own time like as available as possible to just dev as much as I can. At some point I'm going to have to do a little bit more business side stuff just to make sure that Puffer, continues and is able to grow. But the goal is I am technical and I want the majority of my time to be like push RL forward hard, just shove RL forward hard as I can. So if that's exciting to you, you're in the right place. And the way that we're doing it is also fairly accessible to at least like pick up a few of the basics and understand how stuff is being done here, because like basically all the results that I have here come out of just ultra high performance engineering plus simple experiments that are just run really fast. And that's a heck of a lot easier to understand than the people that are writing pages and pages of math on like very fancy technical algorithms, right? That may or may not work often. Okay, now that we've sufficiently bored the entire stream, we should probably do a little bit of stuff. I'm going to grab a couple free assets on itch, just for now to use as placeholders. Let me just pick one of these for now that's like relatively, at least not ridiculously clashing with this. And then we'll do, because we'll have a few screenshots in this. Oh, this is cool. I don't like these. These are too cutesy. And that's it. So I guess this is our only option. So these are the speed, slow. We can do this. Oh, these are AI generated anyways. That's funny. I'm actually surprised he even got these out of Dolly. Just give me this for now. We'll use this for now. Tracking captain. Doing the exact thing I thought to myself needed to be done as soon as agentic behavior hit mainstream. Ping me with styles you like after stream. Yeah. I mean, I will, if you have like stuff to link me, I can look at some stuff you've done and see, what stuff would match. That's awesome though. I love it when like there are people that are like non-technical but are like just really interested in this stuff and like to contribute, because a lot of the time like I will get really hung up on non-tech stuff that I'm just bad at. Um for instance, we had a tech writer, Rose, help us a ton with like neural MMO stuff. That was super valuable. She basically like sat down and was like, "Hey, nobody can read your docs because nobody can read your mind, and nobody's been like thinking about this MMO that you've been developing for 7 years. So like, let's look at that." And actually did a great job with the docs for the last competition. So that was really cool. Had a few other things like that in the past. Um, at some point, I'm gonna have to figure out the video thing as well. Um, Maybe I will, maybe I'm not. So I'm one of the short-term things, which I'm kind of doing as the last thing before I officially launch Puffer as a company and like at least open it up. So maybe some companies will want like support contracts with us and we can start getting some revenue. Is I want to put out like a video that's just going through sort of my thoughts on the current state of reinforcement learning, why everything is broken, and outlining exactly how Puffer is fixing stuff at every level. So I have the script for that. The script writing for that took me like 2 or 3 days. I don't know if anybody could have made that part faster because I'm a pretty decent writer already. But then like, oh my gosh, the like sequencing and the video editing and all that stuff is just so freaking terrible, and I'm so bad at it. Um, and it's like one of those things where I don't want to just like get someone on Upwork to do it, because like I know that people get good editors and stuff and like get good people to help them with stuff at reasonable enough rates for like, pretty like medium high quality content. But it's so difficult to just like find those people when you're not in the space, right? Because half the time you'll go like get somebody contracting and they'll just like give you garbage, and it's like, well, shit. Stuff's hard. Like to get the pufferfish designed, even though like just to get the pufferfish logo design, that was like multiple hundred messages with two different designers just to get like the one pufferfish modeled and like the animation for it. It was like 3+ weeks of like having to go back and forth with stuff. Ah, drove me nuts. For stuff that's like way heavier like that, I am willing to pay reasonable rates. Um, I'm just not looking to add like thousands of monthly drain to the budget quite yet until we at least have some revenue coming in. As soon as we do, then like, it'll go back into the company, but the spend has already been pretty crazy. Okay. These are too big. These icons should be probably 64 by 64. But the box is right. Pfft. I mean, the boxes are really cheap for what they are, but it's still 35K, right? At the end of the day, it's still 35K. Those were such a good investment, though, just the amount of work we've been able to get out of them. I mean, especially if we hadn't gotten hit with the crazy Intel issue, which is like a like black swan event, right? Got to bail for now. Keep talking, shop. Godspeed, Grizzly. Thank you very much. Thank you for dropping by. Look forward to it. What do we use this stun? This is okay. Questioning is box 4 bad as it seemed. Segfault twice. I mean, at this point, they're going to figure it out, right? Though I am going to be mad if I had to send back perfectly good hardware. I don't think I have. I've seen, like, things get screwy before. Yeah. Is this all the icons I need? No, right? There's, like... There's a neutral. Okay, that should be clearer. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's get these integrated then. Spacing out a little bit here. No reason to be doing that. MOBA assets. And I now need to do the mapping, don't I? So it was... Actually, all the current ones are the same. I just have to move the tower one, which was this one, I think, too. This is now going to be 0256, I believe. 256. And then the neutrals... Hold on. Neutrals are 5. Yeah, so right here, this one is now going to be 384, 128, I believe. These are neutrals. And then, yeah, we'll see if this is good. We should probably pull the latest policy as well. It's B5. Okay, now we copy it over. At buffer box slash MOBA. Okay, now we have our model. Let's see if it works. Why does this not work still? I thought I fixed Bet's freaking thing. Did I only fix it on... Wait. I thought I fixed this thing. Nope. Back from the grave, apparently. Puffer. Cool. What character am I playing? Is this not the tank? Looks like it isn't. Oh, I guess this is support, maybe? Looks like it roughly works. Okay, so now we can start adding in the new icons. Okay, so this was playing assassin or whatever, yeah. This is fine. Okay. Draw bars, draw HUD. And this has draw text. So we have stun timers here. Well, this is the tint. Let's see if this does anything. This should give you a tint if it's being hit. Oh yeah, look at that. You can see they get tinted. Did I get tinted when I was being hit? I didn't look at that. I wasn't looking at that. Oh yeah, it flashes. That's kind of cool. It needs to flash for longer, I think. But it's pretty good. Man. Stun timer greater than 0. Where's the asset map? Stun is 0, 8. We have slow, which is 0 to 56. And then we have speed. That's it. Okay. Move timer greater than 0. And this one I have to check because I forget how this works. Move modifier. Speed. Mods equals like this. Entity dot stun timer greater than 0. 0. Mods. Okay. Mod in mods. And we just draw them on top of each other like this. Let's see if this works. And am I playing the right class to test? There should be an assassin, which is class 2. I'll put like this here. Now this should make it easy to test because I have a move buff. It doesn't seem to be rendering my move buff. Also, my respawn doesn't clear cooldowns. It's a fun ability. Draw texture pro. Do I have this wrong? Slow, speed. And then what do I have for speed? Wait, X is... This is totally wrong, right? Zero, 128. 128, 128. Let's see if this works. Yeah, there we go. It needs, we need to offset it a little bit, I think. But it's pretty nice. So buff rect equals. Where's dest rect? Tx, ty. So tx minus. Yeah, this is what I want. It's pretty nice. Let's see if this is reasonable. It should be to the left of the icon. Yeah, look at that. Speedy Puff icon. You can see the speed buff on here, right? And now we should be able to see, yeah, they're like getting hit. They're getting hit. Still kind of chaos. I just took damage after I landed. So I think that they're like, it's a combination of there still being some bugs and things just being a bit jank. Speed feels good. I also probably need to just get the frame rate to be better because, like, yeah, I need to do frame interpolation. 100% that matters because this is, I think this is running like 5 FPS or whatever. I need to do frame interpolation 100%. We'll think about how to do that. So buff icons are there. We need to do heal icons. We need to do a few other things. And we need to do like background whatever stuff, right? Okay. Well, I have some ideas for that for sure. There are also shaders and shit we can mess with, right? Yeah. All right. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. It's 3:40, so I'm gonna go make myself a shake, and then I'll be back in a few minutes, and we will try to get the game so it feels reasonable enough to play. I think. We'll probably figure out like frame interpolation. We might figure out background stuff a little bit. We might do a couple shaders. We're just gonna get the game in a spot where it generally feels okay to play, and then we'll go from there. I'll be right back. Hello, we're back. Jason, are you a bot? Haven't had a molt from Brahms in over 1 million seconds. What? When you have 4096 Ms, like with Snake, doesn't it become a lot harder for the agent to learn? Because it sees 4096 Ms all the time. I mean, yeah, it takes more samples, probably. I could go into the theory on that, but, like, you don't benefit as strongly anymore above a certain batch size, but the thing is the samples are basically free because the GPU is not going to take any longer to process 4096 samples than it will take to process 2048. The data packets are just so small. So the data is basically free anyways, and it's strictly better. It's like going to be at least as good, if not better, compared to having half that number of environments. So you just win. And for something like the MOBA, having 4096 environments in the MOBA, that's actually really helpful because since the problem is way harder, the gradients are way noisier, which is just effectively a way of saying, like, you need to play more games of Dota to figure out how to play Dota than to figure out how to play Snake. So yeah, it's actually very helpful. So we're kind of like, the way I do everything, right? I'm designing for the problems of now, but I'm keeping the problems of tomorrow in mind. And like, as you scale to harder problems, you can still simulate them fast, but you also benefit more from simulating more in parallel. So yeah, that's the longer version of it. Cool. The hell is... Oh, this isn't bad. Okay, this is cool. Very nice. I will look through these later. I actually like this stuff. Okay. That's a nice artist. It's awesome. Okay, let's pull the stream back up, and we're gonna have to figure some hard stuff out. Not that hard. Where's the target FPS? Target FPS is set to 10. 10? Wait. Is that real? Agent speed is 0.5. I should be moving 5 steps per second then, shouldn't I? Hold on. 1 sec, Peter. Isn't the observation space a lot bigger than just one env? Isn't that a problem because they may get huge? The observation space is not bigger. It's just the replicas, the number of observations. The observation space is the same. So The observation space for snake is a 11 by 11 crop of uint 8s, so 121 bytes. So 4096, it's you have 4096 times 100, 400 kilobytes roughly, 500 kilobytes, whatever. Um, that is such a small packet of data that you basically get that for free. Like it would not run, it would run like almost 500 times slower if you would just cut the batch size by 500 and went to 8. And yeah, it would learn faster in samples, maybe, but it would be way slower to train overall. If you want to read a good post on this, they used to have more cool interactive demos, but they nerfed their website. I'll link it. This is a good blog post. So basically, the extra samples aren't going to really help you a ton with Snake, but they're not going to hurt either. That's why Snake, it's like, why does it take, 200 million time steps to train Snake? Well, because, we're using these ridiculous batch sizes, but who cares? Because 200 million steps, yeah, it takes 200 seconds. It takes like 3 or 4 minutes to train, right? But with bigger M's, harder M's, like with a MOBA, then the optimal batch size, like you could want to have millions of batch. So it scales very well with env complexity, which is why I designed for that setting primarily. A little confused as to how this works. Did I actually make this env 10 FPS? I thought I made it 5. Looks like it's 10 FPS. Not 5. That's probably a mistake. That would explain why I was underestimating certain damage values as well. But like, I should be able to just like blink strike this guy, yeah. Okay. What do I do when it only calls render once per frame like this? I think I have to call it in a loop, don't I? Yeah. Do I have to record last position, last X, last Y? I think I do in order to do interpolation, right? That is mildly irritating. I can do it though, right? And it should make a difference. Yeah. Let's do that. So I need to do last X, last Y. Oops, I can't put it at the top, though. Cool. We initialize them to 0 somewhere. We initialize these to 0 somewhere, right? I think I have to do it for every entity type as well. I don't know why the fuck it's doing this. I'm sure there's going to be something weird, but we'll do it like this anyways. Basically, what I'm trying to do here is if you save the last position, like on the last game tick, and you save the current position on this game tick, then you can actually simulate multiple frames for every step, and you can smooth out the graphics so that you're not locked to 10 FPS, even if the game internally is running at 10 FPS. Yeah, that's kind of useful. And then technically, if you run too big of models in the middle, it can hitch, but then there are tricks around that as well. I'd have to go check some logic, but do something for now. Yeah, so things get hard like immediately. So we do main R. Okay. Let's see. Last plus. So you see we have to do this interpolation manually. It's not too bad, I think. And then it gets discretized here. And I don't see anything here that needs to be modified, which is good. The grid gets drawn as normal. Tile, YX, this is fine. And then this is where, right, so here, this is where this gets to be a problem. We have to do the X times tile size. Entity X equals entity.lastX. I wish that this would learn to like perceptually group stuff reasonably. Okay, so that's pretty good. And I'm sure we're going to have to fix some stuff with this, but that's basically what we want. Draw HUD. Yeah, let's see if this works. Let's move this as well. Okay, so that doesn't work. Let's see. Record has, I forgot to recompile. If we can at least get this to be 60 FPS first, that will make it substantially nicer to play. And then we will think about, I don't know why I made it 10 ticks per second internally. That's kind of a lot. Okay, so this is actually smooth. I don't know if you can tell, but it's smooth within every single tick. It's just that somehow it's like snapping back on every tick at the same time. So let's figure out why that was. I think that's not actually that bad for a first attempt. So the main R and main C are here. And then you should be drawing your player. TX. What if I don't do this portion? What if I just do this portion? What happens? Does this do anything? Okay, no. So the snapping is kind of weird, right? Where's the render? I over 6. This is correct. This is float division. Isn't it range of like 1 and 7 actually? Yeah, it should be 1 and 7. Because that would cause jitter. I don't think that that will fully explain the problem though. Maybe it does. Now we have flicker as well, which is weird. Not liking that. So print tick frac. Let's just see what this is. So this is fine. This is quite weird. So we'll have to fix the flicker. It is smooth. I can tell it is smooth. Hmm. Come on. This should not be that hard, right? Maybe I should watch it. Maybe I can ascertain the type of flicker. They're actually almost smooth. Wait, is it just me or are the actual puffers over there smooth? They're smooth, aren't they? If I just like go up here and like I chill, look, everybody else is actually smooth. They're kind of fast and like finicky, right? But they're very smooth. Yeah, like look at the minions. They look pretty good. There might be like a one frame flicker, but I think it's just the camera movement that's wrong. Okay, so let's figure that out then. Wait, was this it? Was this like literally, is it just this? Oh, okay. I'm not a moron. It's just I literally just copied a thing wrong when I pasted it. That's fine. So let's figure out why this is disappearing once per tick. This is bizarre. Of course, this is not going to look tremendously different on stream. It's just going to look a little bit smoother. But like the thing I'm doing now, if you've ever played a game at 10 FPS, yeah, it feels bad to play, right? So I want to make this. I don't necessarily want to make this like a crazy interesting or like pretty to look at thing, but like I would like it at least to feel decent mechanically, right? I'd like this to like I'd like somebody who's played League or who's played Dota to sit down and be like, "Oh, okay, there's something here." Not like this is all of Dota or this is all of League, but oh, okay, these are like reasonably designed little classes and they play decently. You know, like it's fun to hit the speed boost on the assassin and then you can like blink strike on stuff, or like it's fun to, it's fun to like position and then like hit drop the AoE heal on the support and then drop a stun. It's fun to like, hit your three buttons on the burst character and just like take out a big group of minions and chunk the opponent, like that kind of a thing. That's what I'm going for. It'll be good. Do y'all see anywhere where this would be flickering? Last Y plus, this should be tick frac times 0. Because last X is equal to X. The tower shouldn't move. So why are the towers flickering? Let me watch it again. Oh, let's get rid of the prints just in case the prints are slowing it down. Technically, this is probably not a super performant client. It is written in Python. I could rewrite it in C. Okay. These are clearly flickering like the 10x per second or whatever. Is the puffer the puffer is not flickering, right? The puffer graphic is not moving at all. It is flickering like a little bit when I move it. Well, it's like nothing is like flickering in and out like this though, right? Like this is clearly different. So somehow stationary objects flicker in and out of existence. Presumably it's this line, right? If I just comment this, it works. Obviously without the actual interpolation. Oh. Ah, I see. Well, that is weird. I guess these are probably not getting set, huh? That's probably just what's happening. Last X is tower, spawn X. Last Y is tower, spawn Y. What is wrong with these? Does this it right here? The reset logic for the game? This is a nit, isn't it? Oh, I guess this is why. So let's just do like this. Because they, yeah. Tower dot X. Let's just do this. See if this fixes it. Really? I would have thought that would have fixed it. Last X is X. How? Am I like nuts here or is something just weird? Step towers. That's so weird. Hmm. Oh, I'm just stupid. I'm just stupid. I forgot to rebuild. I bet that's what it is. I bet I just forgot to rebuild the file. You spend enough time coding on stuff, you get stupid. I haven't had enough time to like go run and do stuff because I've been recovering from the 50K and my body is going to take another week before it allows me to like do anything properly. Oh yeah, this is totally it, right? Oh, actually, it works. But the camera movement, wait. What? This actually works perfectly. I got level 2. Why is it just like, it flickers just a little bit, right? That feels pretty good. I need to fix like the little bit of like flicker. I think like there's 1 frame off or something. Maybe, hold on. I gotta try a couple things. Wouldn't it be funny if I got bored and just ported this all to C so we could actually like link it on the stream and you guys could play it? I should totally not do that. It would be fun. Okay, we're gonna try this goes to 6. Doesn't need to be recompiled. Ah. This feels worse. I think I was correct before. This is not inevitable, right? This is like anti-aliasing. It definitely feels like the model is not sliding smoothly across the screen. Like, you know the thing that's really... Yeah, it's like flickering with the movement. It's like almost there. I think there's like one frame that it's like jumping. I think actually the 0... I think they're both technically correct, come to think of it. But hold on. I think you technically get a little bit better reaction time with 1.7 like this. So whenever you do frame interpolation like this, you lag behind by the increment of 1 tick of whatever your game is. Like, so the way that it works, if you're not doing predictive movement, assuming you're not doing predictive movement, because that can be wrong, the way that this works is that you, instead of rendering with a character where it is now, what you do is like the server tick happens, right? You know where the character is supposed to be now, but you look where the character was on the previous server tick, and then you take several frames to move it, like one increment at a time. So technically, if the server runs at 10 ticks per second, it will lag behind. Like the movement will be outdated by 0.1 seconds. And if it's, that gets worse the slower the server is. That said, this works with like RuneScape, which has 0.6 second tick servers. It becomes noticeable there, but it still works. I just want to figure out where this is flickering. Wait, is it... Hold on. Is it the camera that is flickering, or is it the... It might just be the camera that's flickering. I should have checked that. Let's go just sit right here. These... Let's see, if the guys that look like they're coming by, are they flickering? Do they look like they're flickering when they're coming in? Or do they look like they're moving smoothly? I can't quite tell. Somebody dropped a stun. It's so hard to tell. Because the bots, like, jump around so much. You can definitely tell... Hold on, if I press E... It's, like, really obvious now that it's flickering, right? Let's check both the camera and the local. built this stupid thing so many times, and I still end up with flickering bugs. Could it technically also be the overheads that are flickering and not the characters? I think I see both flickering. Drawbars. I'm computing it based on the... Yeah, it's fine. Is it like this one? It's not this one pixel, right? Let me think if I'm actually... So... Start at 0. 1 through 7 is wrong, actually. Isn't it? Yeah, because... Okay, I think I have the math. Here, I'll explain in a second. This doesn't fix it still, but I think that this is better. So I think what happens, the way that this works, if we just go to the client and we walk through the render function here, so time step 0, right? Your last y is equal to your y is whatever it is, right? Time step 1, you move ahead. Then we have 6 frames where we have to catch your position up to the previous. So we've already rendered you at your previous position. And now what we do is we render you... So we render you at your previous position. Then we render you almost getting to your next position. Am I right? Or is it the same either way? No, I'm dumb. It's the same either way. It's the same. It's just there's a 1 frame difference of like, if I think the other way is like lags you an additional 1 frame behind. It doesn't make a difference. I'm wrong there. Should I increase the frame rate to 120 just to see? What if I do 120 FPS and then I have to set the... This is range 1 through 13 now, I believe. And this is I over 12. What happens now? Well, the game actually feels noticeably better, except for the flicker. The puffer looks like it's flickering. It really does. What I can't tell is how big the flicker is. Is this like a pixel level error where it's just like it's off by a pixel? It doesn't look like it. I think it's worse than a pixel when you have the speed boost. I'm pretty sure. That looks like it's multiple pixels to me. That's gotta be multiple pixels, right? I mean, there's the integer rounding. 1 pixel. Does that matter? It's unavoidable. It's more likely that I have something wrong with the camera, right? Should I take the int here? No, right? No, that would crop it way too badly. Oh wait, hold on. Where do I take the int? No, this is correct. Tx, ty. Why does it flicker? Okay. Alternative idea. Alternative idea. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to run the sim in super slow motion, but with high FPS. Does that make sense? So you set the FPS to 120. And then instead of doing, we're going to do like 121 here. No, this is 120, right? Yeah. 121. So let's see if this does anything. I'm hoping that this will make it easier to see if there's a bug. Holy. Oh yeah, there's definitely a flicker here, right? It's actually made worse by this. Do the other puffers look like they're flickering too? No, it's the camera. So the other puffers might be like getting snapped to pixels or something. but the text is smooth. Like, they make these weird little movements, but the text is very smooth. I think that's kind of okay. The thing that bothers me is it's like, yeah, it's clearly that it's like screwing with the text. So that means it's in the camera motion somewhere, not the movement. Um, I think what that would be. Is it? Wait. Could it be because it moves the camera? No, it doesn't draw. When I move the camera, it doesn't need to do a redraw, right? Times 120 plus, or is it what, minus 120? How about I just do this? Does this do anything? Is it like an off by 1? I don't think it's an off by 1. I think it's flickering more than once per second. Oh, I could be wrong. No. Hey, Harry. Welcome. We're debugging things. And no fun will be had by anybody until I fix this camera flicker. Should I snap? Wait, should I snap this to ints? God's gift to men, debugging. Yes, indeed. The good news is I've had to do less and less debugging in the last few years, but it's still obnoxious. Hold on, wait, is this, did I do it? The text is no longer flickering. My text is no longer flickering, at least. Is the other text flickering? Oh, this is literally pixel precision, isn't it? Dude, that's so obnoxious. Let me think. Are they flickering? It looks like they are just a little bit, right? So I'm super smooth now. It's literally... The camera has to be pixel aligned, I think. That might fix the bulk of it, to be honest, but smoothness is very important. It really affects the feel of the game. If it feels like just a little bit choppy, it really screws it up. Like more than me spending a bunch of time on anything else, like it makes sense to do to make the game smooth. Like you can have a super basic game with a super basic loop, but if it's smooth and it's fun, it's good. Okay, so that actually made a difference, right? What else makes a game good? I don't know, being fun. It has to just like feel good to play. I don't know. Depends who you ask. My favorite games are all games that are just like they feel good to play, like they're just tight. Mm. The movement is too slow now where you're noticing the individual pixels. So let me set the frame rate back to something reasonable. And let me see how it looks like that, because I could already be done here. It could already be fixed. Okay. So 120 FPS is going to be 13 divided by 12. Movement feels good for my character now. It's actually very solid. I can't tell for the AIs because the AIs are already super spammy. I gotta wait for the minions. Speaking of which, where the hell are our minions? Do those look good? Or are they like... I can't tell. They look pretty good. So we're gonna make some changes here. 120 FPS is good. I should probably set 60 as the default because devices. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this like so because I want it to be 5 ticks per second. So 12 times 5 is 60. 12 frames per tick is what we get. And now this is going to feel super slow and we're going to have to tweak stuff, I think. Mm-hmm. Agent speed goes to 1.0. Let's see what happens. I don't know if this is running at the intended speed. I think so. I think this is 5 ticks per second. So now we have to adjust cooldowns and shit. But this is better. We're going to have to adjust quite a few things based on this. Yeah, we're actually going to have to rebalance a lot. That was a big oversight on my part, but that's okay. This has a speed buff on it. That's weird. Yeah, this move speed feels way better. Heh. There's some glitches to fix. We have to figure out, like, what the heck this is, for instance. Whole bunch of balance changes to make. I should work on making this feel a little better first. Let's fix some of those, like, jump bugs. Okay, so I think I know what's wrong. So move 2. This is going to cause a lot of bugs. Is it move 2? Oh, wrong file. CMOBA. So this function here, this is not responsible for updating last pause. Step has to be. So this type of a loop right here, this is what's needed. Let's see if this makes it feel less jank. So this should get rid of the... Yep. You just get stuck on walls cleanly now. There's no weirdness. Your cooldowns are like way too long. Yeah, the mana needs to come back faster. I like how it like jump cuts you back to the spawn like that. That's cool. That's just a feature of the last position stuff. Push forwards. It's pretty good. I think there's like, you can technically, yeah, you can jump through walls like this if you go slow. I mean, if you go fast, you can just jump through. That's probably bad, but we should fix that probably. Yeah, we should probably just fix that by making the walls like one thick. Can I jump through a full wall? Oh, you can just jump through full walls. That's funny. It's because you're moving faster than the wall. That's kind of cool, though, to be honest. I don't think that there should be, like, these things that you can technically, like, if you get it at just the right angle, you can get through. Let me see. Can I just get through this? Yeah, you totally can get through walls if you go at just the right angle. Cool. It feels way better. We can continue to make some tweaks. I think we should do the some of the balance stuff at the same time here because like yeah, I messed a couple things up earlier and I'm going to just have to it's going to be a pretty easy rebalance cuz I don't have to guess. It's just like a fixed scaling. But I do have to do it manually. So we'll fix that. We'll see if we can make the game feel better. We should fix like hit indicators and stuff and I'll be right back from there. Okay. Good. Okay, so what I have to do right now is I for some reason I had the tick rate, I didn't think I had the tick rate set to 10. So this game was designed for like the server updating. I thought I was designing for the server updating 5 times a second, but apparently I was designing for 10. So I have to go first. I'm just going to go cut all the cooldowns in half. And then I'm going to figure out what I do about mana and stuff. Technically, the easiest thing to do would just be to make you regain 2 mana per tick, right? I don't know if I like that. Versus what? Cut all the mana values in half, and then cut all of the spell costs in half. I also have to cut the HP in half and the damage values in half. No, that's too much. I think that we'll just double the mana regen. And the health regen or whatever. And that'll be easy. We can do that real quick. And then we can mess with stuff later, but like I think for the initial pass, this will get the game into a good spot. So this was supposed to be Oh wait, no, I already have these right, don't I? Hold on, I'm so confused now. Let me think. You regain Maybe these are right and they just feel slow. I guess it's because the autos don't feel... It's because the autos don't feel good, right? Like, your skills don't feel good right now. Like, it feels like you need to be spamming skills because, like, you're not actively doing your autos. I think that, like, having reasonable autos with some form of projectile is probably necessary, right? Yeah, I'm going to have to do reasonable autos. Okay, what about the mana and health regen? Right now, I'm regenning 5 health and 5 mana per second. What is it actually in Dota? I guess it varies by level, doesn't it? Let me check. People are mad on Twitter because I say that coding in LLMs is silly. That's fun. Health regeneration, the unit heals the unit in 0.1 second intervals. Ah, okay, so this actually helps a lot. So this base of like most heroes here have 0.25. This is 2.5 health per second, with some of them being higher. And then this scales over the course of the game, right? So if I just double it to start with, is that crazy? That's already what I have, though. Right? Hmm. I guess we'll leave it for now. I guess it's actually kind of correct, huh? Mess with some stuff. 25, that's crazy. Okay. Let me think then what else we do. I think we actually need to think about autos. So let's do that. Is it the movement or the autos actually? Or both? Let's mess with the movement a little bit. This can go inside the Raylib client. We're gonna try to make this closer to Dota movement. So it's click, not drag, and see, like the thing is the player just doesn't have enough stuff to have to be doing. So it feels like you need to be spamming skills. Because you're not like spending time doing movement and stuff. Let's do. How do we do this? I think we do this, like this maybe? Like this, yeah? Then we do if self.net click is not done. Then we do dest x, dest y is last click. And then pos.y minus, hold on. What the heck is this? Tile size. Divide by height. Yeah, so this is tile. But I don't want this to be here, right? It's like mouse X minus tile size. Game Y. Divide by 50. No, this is not it. We're gonna have to figure this out. So last click is gonna be dest X, dest Y. And then we just do AY equals well, let's just do dest minus int no, this just needs to be -1. Wait. It's 0, right? This is like obnoxious. It's very obnoxious. There's no way to go to an exact position, I guess. Game X. Thank you, Bet. Yep, all this stuff is open source on that link. You can go ahead and start Puffer. It helps me out a ton. Free way to support all this. I don't know, I get like this like late afternoon slump for a little bit usually. Let me go check a couple things. Hopefully clear my head. Puffer so you can fix your PRs. People arguing about LLMs is funny. I swear it's a bunch of nubs. To be fair, Bet, there are places in like places you should avoid in engineering where you're just required to work with standard tools that are built to require shit tons of boilerplate, and it just sucks. If you're doing like substantially lower level graphics even than Raylib, if you're doing like raw GL calls, or heaven forbid if you're doing like what's the other one? There are things in graphics world that just require hundreds of lines of boilerplate. Government. Yeah, sure. But generally, yes. There's generally more boilerplate written by people than is required. Nah. I'm somewhat stuck on the way that I designed this. I'm not really stuck. I'm just being dumb. I think I should just write something for now, right? Yeah. This is the gap. $50. You clip it between. I think you just clip this between -1 and -1. And I think that you multiply by 3. I think it's 3 plus. This might be it. I think this was right. I fixed the other render stuff already. Oops. Okay, let's just do this. This is dy. I just have to like write something and not care about this because otherwise I'm just gonna be like stuck staring at this forever. And this is very simple. I'm just overthinking things. What's wrong? I'm just trying to make a different movement format. Oops. Okay, thank you for the hallucination. Language model. If the text position is in fractional pixels, could that affect? Yes, it totally could. So what I tried to do is I align this camera itself to the pixels. That helped substantially. Um, the thing is, if you're moving things very slowly on a not like super high res window, it's gonna look weird because like if you're moving like 1 pixel one frame and then 2 pixels another frame, it's weird. You'd have to do like trajectory smoothing, I think. But I got it to look pretty good. What I'm doing now is something different. I'm experimenting with click movement instead of drag movement. I'm attempting to experiment with click movement instead of drag movement, apparently. Let's do this. We're just gonna make this work real quick. Otherwise, I'm gonna get bored. Simple as that. What I think was happening here, I'll share this in a second. Well, oops. I think you need to have click movement. It's a MOBA. You just need to have click movement. The drag movement was cool and it actually felt pretty good, but the thing is like when you have drag movement and auto targeting and everything, like there's nothing to do in the game. Like you're just like holding the mouse towards the enemy and then clicking your skills and then the skills go on 12-second cooldowns and like there's nothing to be doing. This is supposed to be 2, right? Is this right? Seven. Okay, I miscounted. So I can't tell on my screen. What are you looking at? I wasn't talking about the alignment of this text. I was talking about the alignment of like the text in the game. Does my stream text look bad on YouTube? I'd hope not. It's streaming constant 6 KB. This is supposed to be 3. Whatever, we're gonna just test this. Because otherwise, like I said, I'm gonna get bored doing this. And I just like lose focus because I get bored. Well, there you go. This is in pixel space somehow. That's weird. It's actually funny. I'm pretty sure that I'm more tired when I don't run 50 miles a week than when I do run 50 miles a week. Isn't that nuts? Do your exercise, folks. It's good for you. I will hopefully be back to my normal routine pretty soon. What do you mean going up and down the stairs? uh, I mean, I tell folks seriously, like the best decision I've made in the last several years has been getting in proper shape, like proper shape as well, which takes quite substantial effort. But literally, like even when I have, like when I have to like recover for a week or two from something, it's just the worst. Like in my head, I know, yeah, my body is just totally thrashed. It's gonna take like 2, 3 weeks to fully recover minimum, but like I want to be doing stuff already again, right? Not lean key shape. I got too much skinny. You can lift weights. That's a thing you can do. I want to get my deadlift back for sure. I have like I've spent like I've sacrificed way too much lower body strength training with the running, so I'm gonna build back the strength with the running now. A circle is a shape. uh, that is true. What the heck is wrong with this? So raw mouse over. How the fuck does this make any sense, Chat Jippity? I guess this is Super Maven. This is divided. This should not be multiplied. Isn't it this? No. I literally like I don't know what I had in my head. I thought it was gonna be like, oh yeah, 50K. It'll take a week to recover. Nope. It does not take a week to recover. It's quite a bit longer than that. Okay, folks. Audience participation time. What am I being stupid with? Um... You click... This is your position. This is your position relative to the camera in pixels, right? Then you divide by the tile size. Do I just not need to do this? Is it just mouse X here? Or is it just like... Maybe we don't do int division, maybe we do float division here so it's more precise. And then what? This it? Let's see. Okay, this doesn't feel bad. I know how we're gonna fix this as well. So this is, I got it, and it's, I gotta like take a minute or something to clear my head. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I'm like, it's probably because I ran out of regular milk. So I made this shake with chocolate milk. It's probably just falling asleep from a shit ton of sugar. That's my guess. I gotta take a second, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it so that the env accepts continuous valued. It's gonna accept continuous valued action inputs for the movements. Even though the policy is currently doing discrete, it'll do continuous in the future. And the reason for this is that we need to convert from continuous to discrete. Other way around. We need to convert from discrete to continuous so that for the human player, it can always be in continuous mode, because otherwise you have to like make these weird turns. Coffee and a healthy dose of Adderall? Fuck no. It's 5:41 p.m., man. No fucking way. I go to bed at like 9. I'm basically like, you can think of me as like the healthiest, youngest, grumpy 80-year-old man you've ever seen. Alright? I'll be right back. Okay, let us finish this fix. What on earth is Bet on about? What are you doing, Bet? Oh. And why would you want to do that ever? Okay, where are the actions here? Right, so discretize. We're going to have to make a few changes here. 4, 5, 6. I think that you do this. So we're going to make the action vector a float. We're going to say that this is going to be actions continuous. Then we're going to take all this stuff. Whoops. I'm going to put it outside of here. And we're going to assume that this is all like garbage. And then we're going to even more comments. We're going to assume that this transformation is done already for you. And then when you do step of actions, where is it? Yeah, okay. And then we're going to just do self.actions. It's actually minus equals 3. And then slash equals 3? I believe so. Running a sweep with too many total time steps gives me a type error. Well, I don't see the error. Oh, geez, that's an error. Are you sure it's you set total time steps bigger and that happens? I can't think of anything that would cause that. Wait, you said that that's fewer total time steps. You went down from 100 billion to 100 million? That's very odd. I can't think of anything that causes that off the top of my head. There shouldn't be. That's not the batch size though. So I can't think of what that would be. Unless somehow it's like it's like overflowed something or whatever, but I doubt it. Let's see if this does what I think it does. And then I guess with the human code here, we can do... Hold on. With the human code here, so this is why I wanted to do this. So I no longer have to do this bullshit operation here. I can just do clip. I can just clip from -1 to 1. And now this is correct. And then this is now 0 and 0. And I'm sure we're going to have to fix some stuff with this, but if this works, I'll actually be able to save probably 30 lines of code outside of the MOBA. Buffer expected int, but got float. Right, that's fine. I know how to fix that. Wait, actually, hold on. Huh? Expected int got float. No, it shouldn't expect. That doesn't make sense. Actions continuous is type float here, right? I wonder if this is bad. To store it in a float like this. I bet it is. I bet that the thing I should be doing is... Yeah, let's try this. There's a little bit of subtlety here as to how we handle these data types. So I think instead what I'm going to do here is it's an int, right? So we take this as a float and we do minus, first of all, it's not discrete anymore, just actions. And we do minus 100, divide by 100. So we'll do this way. Now this is already an int, I believe. But I'll leave that just in case. Oops. Cool. So now we have to update the data types here. And we do actually get to go back to... We actually go back here to this. So we use the discrete vector here to store. But then we do actually keep this discretized, but only for the space. And then, hold on. And then this gets passed back. I think I get to do, hold on. Subtract 3. I think it's the other way. I think it's subtract 3 and then multiply by 33 now. We'll see. This might be do something silly. I'm sure that will be thoroughly amusing. Yeah, because it's going to give us... The incoming discrete actions are going to be -3, or they're going to be 0 through 7. So you subtract 3 to center it, and then you multiply by 33. And then we do dy over here. So now this does have to get scaled, but I think the scaling is easier maybe. It's not an unsigned integer, right? Can't I just... Hold on. I don't have to subtract 100, right? I can just divide by 100. I can just take float, divide by 100 like this, right? Yeah. Because all I have to do is scale it. I don't have to center it anymore. Okay, so that's actually very easy because now dy and dx, I clip from -1 to 1, and I just multiply by 100. Let's see if this does anything, or if we still have more to fix. Welcome, YouTube folks. Just run. No, it doesn't work. Okay, let's see. Different extents in dimension 1. 11 and 0. I assume this is something that's moving super fast and just like teleporting. I think if I need to recompile, that's probably it. I just have the velocity set way too high. This moves in a weird pattern, doesn't it? Why does it do this? This literally does RuneScape pathing. What the hell? It gets stuck like this. Oh, is it not? Is it still discretizing? It feels like it's still discretizing, right? Feel like it's still discretizing. Let me see why. It should be relatively continuous now. Welcome, Linky. Do you see what I mean? It's like it's doing like the long, it's like doing the diagonal, then it's doing the short. Is it like pathfinding? The fuck? I've been the whole... Well, hello then. It feels like it's still being discretized. Can you even go straight up? You can go straight up. You should be able to go straight up, though. Let's double check a couple things. There's no reason it shouldn't be a straight line. 7. Well, let me think here. It's AYAX. Am I wrong in the way I'm thinking about this? Hold on. Like, oh, I'm just stupid. Guys, it's fine. I figured it out. I'm stupid. We're good to go. Don't worry about it. We got it. Do I trust this norm function? I don't think I should have trusted the norm function. You no longer need to clip it, right? Am I doing this right? We'll see. So the jumps are just like a random thing that I have. Don't worry about that. Those will go away. They're not a mana. I didn't have mana for that one. There, that was the ability. Okay, this feels a lot more like a MOBA. We're gonna have to test the abilities with the new movement and stuff, but this actually does feel like substantially a different game already. Just having to click around constantly actually makes it feel dramatically different. So I was right, it was the movement. And the movement, it still feels good. I should make it so that you can hold click to drag as well, right? Because that's the thing, isn't it? Hold click to move. Yeah, so now you can hold click and it'll still move you. Back. Yes, assassin can actually clip through walls. I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug. The mana is like brutal, but I guess this is like level 2 gameplay. So you can't really use your skills all that much. Like I'm spamming Q, but I can't press it because I don't have the mana. Can you still pull towers? Yep. We left that in. Viewers said that we should leave it in, so we did. Okay, this feels like pretty reasonable though. Why can't I oh, I can use my E. Why do the buttons not like always react for me? I think I just need to buffer a little different. This fixes it. A lot of cruft. Why did I just get a big bump off of my mana without actually doing anything? We gotta just test out the buttons a little bit here. Okay, so it's not like saving the actions nicely. I see. This is why. Shit. That's obnoxious. I see why the inputs are clunky. I honestly think that the cleanest thing is to just put the entire render in a loop. We'll figure out how to clean that later. Yeah, we'll figure out how to clean that later, but like... indent all of this code, which I hate doing. We'll have to refactor it somehow, but... Currently, it was causing a pain in the ass. Because what we need to do is... Like, these things up here... These need to go at the top. So up here. We'll see what happens with this. I'm sure we're gonna have to fix some stuff. But as soon as I get the keybinds to, like, feel nice... As soon as the keybinds feel nice, like... I think the game is just, it's gonna come together all of a sudden. I've seen it happen before. Huh. Ultra speed. This is kind of funny. I don't know why it's putting my things on cooldown. It's very weird. Let's go figure out what the hell's happening. Also... I need this. Who let the puffers get into the speed storage? The puffers are fun. Puffer MOBA is best MOBA. Best-selling MOBA of the year. We're just gonna top the charts. Everybody's gonna be playing Puffer MOBA. That'd be funny as hell. I mean, if like Crab Game with guns can win, can, like, Puffers with turrets not win? Shrimp Roguelite. Hermit Crab Dark Souls. Is that called a crab-like? I don't know why it's actually fast, to be honest. Don't get sniffy. Ah, I see the problem. I see the problem. There we go. What the Oh, weird. Why is it randomly using my skills again? I didn't press the E button. Um... Someone's pressing buttons for me. You're about to get them wireless hands through the screen, Linky. Yeah, like the neural net's definitely taking over for me. But how is it doing that? Did I put a return in here earlier or something stupid? No. This is fine. Your action is right here. Alright, I don't know. Let's just see if it says I'm printing it. Let's just see what it thinks I'm friggin' doing. Well, that'll do it. Oh. How the fuck did I do this? I don't know. Bad refactor. Really just shit refactor. I don't know. That's kind of bizarre. Alright, let's see about this. Does the game work now? It almost works. Whew. It's a little awkward when it, like, jumps you. There are a few, like, inconsistencies with the pathing. You got me there. This feels substantially better. Not perfect yet, but substantially better. Okay, there's this level 1 over here. Let's see. Can I go catch it? Oh, I didn't have mana is why. Yeah. That's pretty cool that you can just jump to it. The jump feels good now as well, I think. It's like a smooth jump. I don't know how I can do a little bit of the movement stuff is good. It just needs like a few tweaks. Like that's good right there, see? Like jumping to target. It slowed me, but I survived on like 3rd health is good. And then like here I gotta like wait a little bit. And then maybe I had to have mana for this. Except he hit me before I could hit him. So now I try to get back. I try to W the other puffer. Where is he? Yeah, I try to go around and like do this. And apparently I get one shot. Okay, so we kill it there. It's not bad. It's not bad. We need to fix a few things. I'm wondering with the jump ability how I think it's okay. It needs like a little bit more. It basically, I think it needs like hit, like damage, like take damage animation or something. It needs like heal animation and a couple other small things. I guess I just, what time is it? It's already 6:37. Okay. So I think what we'll do here then is I think all we're gonna do is man, I would have thought I could have gotten more done on this. I guess I did balance like the whole thing, did I, huh? And I fixed a bunch of stuff with the renderer, so that's not terrible. Um, let's just play the remaining classes to see if they feel reasonable, and then we will launch like another sweep of sorts on this overnight to see if it's remotely balanced now, or yeah, what gives basically. Do we want to fix the neutrals as well? We might want to fix neutrals. Let's do that real quick. I'm tempted to do this without the distance reward, because that's like what's just making him run down mid. So maybe we'll do that as well. If we just kill the distance reward. Okay, so we get the respawnings up here, but these aren't on the board, right? Yeah. They're like here, but they're not here. It's weird. Spawn X, spawn Y, right? It says it respawned all of them, which is why they're here. But they don't do anything. They sit here and they don't have the tile. I think this is PID -1. Move 2. What's move 2 do? We put PID map. Fix the neutrals here. Okay, you see that the pit is wrong. It's all -1s. So I don't know why this is. And I don't want to hack around it. I'm actually wondering now if the game is, like, meaningful enough that we can train without the distance reward. That'd be really good. Is it clear? I just saw it print all the stuff I wanted, and then it frickin' deletes it. Okay, so this is... You can see all the IDs right here. I assume this is for all the different games. I'm gonna check one more thing. I'll spend one more compile cycle on this. God damn it. Wrong fucking command. Come on. There. Okay, good. This is what I was looking for. It's 1 through 72. So they have good PIDs here. Entity.pid is -1. See if this gets it. We want to see the neutrals on the map, after all. Hello there. I can see that you're on the map, and that your last position has not been set correctly, puffers. What do we think about this? Think this works? I think we're going to go see some neutral puffs. Neutral puffs, what's up? You guys are kind of buff, aren't you? I think... I just barely lived the neutral puffs. They were kind of strong. And I have no mana. Cool, though. We got the neutral puffs back. They're in gray now. They look very snazzy. Technically, you can dive a neutral puff like this. And you can realize that you have no mana and then get murked because you're bad at your own game. And then I can take 2 of them out. 122 XP. Jungling. Took out the assassin there. Pretty cool. Okay, time is it? 52. Let's get the sweep. I think let's get this thing running at least. I forgot to add the asset, didn't I? Where's the PNG MOBA assets? Okay. Why can't I see my typing? I want to see what happens if I train this. Okay, so we rebuilt. And we're going to see what happens here, whether it learns anything at all without the distance reward. And then in the meantime, we get to play some MOBA. To play some MOBA classes. Whoops. Yeah, we're going to try them all real quick. So support is index 1. What are our abilities? We have a hook, an AoE heal, and a stun. Hook, AoE heal, and stun. Why are my puffers not doing things? They don't seem to be very happy. That's an AoE heal. Can I heal my own tower? If I have mana? I'll have to wait and see. I don't know if that healed the tower. It definitely healed everyone else, though. So this is just a very strong heal ability. The mana is really rough. I kind of want to just double mana regen. It just seems very stupid at the moment. Let's just double mana regen and see what the hell happens, right? They are actually doing stuff with this seed. Isn't that cool? Actually, they are leveling up and doing stuff now without the distance reward. So it actually doesn't need the distance reward. That's really cool. Maybe they won't just go down mid. Who knows? I want to hammer the heal button like it owes me rent money. So I'm support, so I stay back. I'm not going to just die to this wave. I am going to save this puffer in a second, though. So I just saved my puffer. I'm going to save my mana for the AoE heal because it's really OP. Unless this puffer is going to int, which it is. My puffers are inting. Please help. Oh, it has me stunned. Shit. I shouldn't have used that cooldown. I still have a stun. Oh, look at that. We got him. We got him with the long stun. Okay, this is actually kind of fun. Like, obviously it needs a couple animations and, like, some polish and stuff, but this is kind of fun. So this class is just good. And then what is class or 2? Class 2 is burst. That should actually be super fun. It has a nuke, an AoE, and an AoE stun. I think it's a little bit mana hungry at the start of the game. Is the only thing. That's how it's balanced. Because otherwise it's broken. But I'm pretty sure we can just, like, wreck a fool with this class. We have a pretty strong AoE. And we have a nuke. So we're just going to, like, drop this. And then we're going to get next to this guy. I think we missed. I think we accidentally nuked a minion. We still have the AoE. And we have the stun. There he is. We got the stun off. Come on. Do I have mana for nuke? I think it's 150. Stay in XP range here. Of course, we actually have to get the last hits ourselves, which is a little tricky. And then I have to get around to, like, this puffer, and I have to nuke it like this. Oh, look at that. Look at that burst. I just two-tapped that guy. Okay, so this class is freaking good. I'm happy with it. And then we have the tank. What's the tank got? Has a AoE damage over time, a stupid strong health self-heal, and an engage AoE. When I play things, I generally do like to play the tank. So, let's see if this is fun. The only thing is we don't have a lot of mana. So I think we just walk into fools. Actually, let's see if we can farm. I think the tank should be able to jungle pretty well. You see this AoE here? Look at that. Oh, this is the jungle character, 100%. Look at that. We're already level 3. We're low on mana is the only thing. Yeah, this is OP as fuck. Holy hell. Let's try the engage. Oh, look at that. We can just engage and then jump on them with the damage over time. Get wrecked. He stuns me. He stuns me and runs away. Okay, this class is actually sweet. Okay, actually, this is really freaking good. This is actually kind of fun. Like, if I put halfway decent animations or graphics on this, this would literally be, like, a ton of fun. And then there's the carry. Okay, the carry is just not gonna be any fun. It really doesn't have very much. It just scales, but we'll play it anyways. We have to figure out a way to make the carry fun, I think. Like, it's just like a scaling character. AI will pick up on sending tank to jungle. I think it might. Without the distance reward, it probably will. Like, right now it's just farming the distance reward. Okay, so here's the carry. It's got an AoE, right? It's got a slow, so I can slow down the thing. It's got a retreat. Do I have a retreat? I can't use this. Well, it just kills me. Can I use this on something? Let me see. Maybe this ability just doesn't work. I don't know why I just lost mana. Okay, I slow it, and then I pursue. I use the AoE on it. I think the Q just doesn't work. That's no big deal, though. The carry is still broken. It's just not fun yet. It scales like crazy. It's like, it's a carry, right? It's what you'd expect. Oh, and I just got one shot by whatever that was because I only have 300 health. So I guess the carry is supposed to just, like, I don't know, go farm some shit. It's not very good at farming shit, but, like, it can't really do anything early. It needs to be supported by the team, and if the team isn't supporting it, it kind of just needs to, like, go get XP somewhere. It scales like mad. Yeah, see, I'm gonna die just from these, like, minions here. Because I just don't have any tools. We gotta rework its Q into something. It's supposed to have, like, an escape tool in its Q. But for now, I think this is pretty good. Like, they level up, they do stuff, right? Let's just add this. Let's just add the double mana. And then what we'll do is... Here's what we'll do. Yeah, the tank feels really good. Honestly, a lot of the classes feel really good. Like, the burst character feels really good, just needs some animations. It's like, it's a burst character. It's very bursty. The assassin character has, like, the cool jump TP effect, and it has the speed boost that's really fun. The support has this really strong, like, team heal ability, and it also has a really strong single target stun. What did I forget? Carry's not super fun. The rest of them are good, though. It's also committed to GitHub, so you can technically go play it. Doesn't use the support stun. No, the support uses its... The support doesn't have a stun. Wait. Yeah, it does. Which it doesn't use, you said? I thought it did use it. It doesn't use it a ton, but it does use it. So what we're going to do is we're going to just comment this parameter out of the sweep. So it's not going to reward distance. It's going to be set to 0 here. And then total time steps. I think this might be too short. $100 million. Let's do like 200 mil. And we'll just see what happens. Overnight, I mean. What do you mean? How do you get it to pick vowels for the numbers that don't break it? What numbers would break it? Yeah, there are going to be some numbers where it doesn't learn anything, but that's fine. That's allowed. That won't happen with sweep carbs. I had some issue not I have some issue keeping sweep and sweep carbs working at the same time, bet, because Wanbi doesn't have official support. They really should by now, like, yeah. I mean, they both should work technically, but I haven't figured out a good way to do it. So the thing is, like, this is the thing that happens with companies, right? Like, they get big, they get these clunky code bases. Like, the way that I think that the way that you just win everything is like, something like carbs releases, you have support for it the next day. Wanted to be gets error, very useful. Come on, man. You gotta do better than that. YouTube. I mean, you can tell me to check Discord, like, you're allowed to do that. Very cool. Very cool UI here. I'm guessing it doesn't have all the params defined, bet. How's our Beam Rider doing? It's going up, but it hasn't beaten its previous best here yet. Oh, wait, no, is this the old sweep? Wait, this is the old sweep, right? No, this is the super old sweep. Holy shit. Guys? Wait, let me check the original paper. What did they score on Beam Rider? Oh, we wrecked them. Yeah, guys, we just wrecked them, totally. Yeah, we just destroyed them. And how many frames did we take, actually? Oh, we destroyed them in literally better sample efficiency. We destroyed them in, like, we literally made this thing like 50 times faster in wall clock and twice as fast in samples. Yeah, we just destroyed them. I'm telling you, like, this RL thing is not a bunch of fancy math. Like, it's literally just nobody's run extensive experiments. We just win. I'm sure that there are, like, better scores on this, like, by specialized methods and stuff, but, like, I just ran the most basic thing possible, and I more than tripled their score. And this thing isn't even done running yet. Like, this can potentially do way better. I'm telling you, we just win. Where's their breakout? Yeah, I think we just win all of them. I've kind of just been like allocating a box to running big Atari sweeps because like everybody wants Atari results. Ugh. And like, okay, fine, it's slow, but I made it relatively faster, and here you go, we win. It's just that easy. Carp does magic. Magikarp? Carbs is good. This is carbs, though, not carp. Carp that does magic is magic carp, which is trademarked. Dude, this is so cool. How good is this agent? They better have published the individual results. I'm ignoring any paper that doesn't publish their individual results. I'm just going to assume that they made it up or whatever. Don't care. Hopefully they have a table. Okay, good, they do. Okay, they have... This thing is crazy. This algorithm is like crazy, though. I don't know how slow... I think that this thing, like, runs forever as well. I'm pretty sure this thing takes forever. Does this run like 1,000,000,000 frames or something? I don't know. Oh, this is actually funny. They also do without... Look at this. Look at this. They actually use sticky actions false on here. I told you. This setting is shit. It's so funny. I had like a couple people give me some shit for like writing this article, like sticky actions considered harmful. Look, this is like one of the best known papers. Sticky actions false right here. Nobody gave them shit. All you have to do is put DeepMind on the top or whatever. Do you think many researchers just blindly copy hyperparameters from other? Okay, let's be a little more generous than that. It's not that they blindly copy hyperparameters, it's that their libraries are so slow that they can't afford to run hyperparameter sweeps. Like, okay, so this experiment here, let me just put this into context, right? This experiment right here that I'm running, I've run this for 1 day. If I were to run this experiment with, let's say, the default CleanRL implementation, it would take, hold on. It would take over a month. So there you go. That's the difference Puffer makes. Which is a perfect time for me to remind you all, Pufferlib is free and open source software available right here. Please just star the Puffer. Helps me out a ton. Really, it's all I ask. Puffer must be fed a consistent diet of stars in order to grow large and strong. Seriously, though, it actually helps me a ton because, like, there are metrics that I use that actually do end up mattering, and, like, I don't know how to explain. Whatever. Does this work? ELO? Model 1, 1482 ELO. Logged, no errors. Right? Yes. Now if I refresh, why like and subscribe? Well, that helps a little bit. There's also, and I know that there's not a, like the YouTube audience, a lot of you guys are not on Twitter. It's mandatory for ML. I don't like social media either. But I do have, where are these? Where are my published articles? Isn't there like a tab that I can go to? Stupid UI. Oh yeah, if you go to like articles here, I mean there's one non-tech one because I think that's important for people. But like I do have some articles, some of which are kind of technical, some of which have like unique insights like you can't get this anywhere else, you can't get this anywhere else. Like a lot of these things are pretty interesting and unique little, and they're light reads for the most part. Yeah, UI is crap. Look, I've never used social media in my life before X. I do not like it. It is a huge net negative to my mental health. I hate it. But the thing is, like, this replaces marketing. Like this like actually replaces marketing. So not having to do that and just being able to post a few things is really awesome. So there you go. Twitter's great. Live streams on yeah. The live streams are better on YouTube. The Twitter, like they don't even have HD, I'm pretty sure. There's our first one. Let's see. Okay, so they got some levels. But as expected, like, this is not a good set of hyperparams. This is the start of a new sweep. So we'll see where it goes. Socials are cancer, but we gotta play the game. Yeah. You pick the games that you play and you pick the games that you don't, right? Puffer definitely goes burr. I mean, this is just such a nice result. I mean, let's put this into perspective, right? So this run here, I click this run. Watch this. So 25 million steps. That's the train. But here's the thing. If I look at relative time process, this is only 13 minutes. 25 million train steps in original CleanRL LSTM implementation would be like 12 hours, not 12 minutes. And CleanRL was like the awesomest thing out there. Yeah, some stuff was faster, but it was really gross to use. So like, the speed is good. And it's a whole combination of things as well. It's not just like one or two little tricks. Like, I found some better settings for Atari that sped up the base environment, but then, oh no, the default vectorization actually bottlenecks you there if you do it that way. So I have like entirely custom vectorization for Puffer that works way, way, way faster. I have a paper on that. And then like, oh no, even if you have fast vectorization, the default train settings are really slow. Well, we've done comprehensive experiments to find fast train settings. And then once you do that, like, oh no, you still have other various things in the implementation that are bottlenecking you, like certain LSTM decisions, the way they implemented that, or like the generalized advantage estimation. We took care of those as well. And then after that, it's like, oh no, there's no logging. You can't tell what's going on. We added a bunch of logging. And then after that, it's like, oh no, there's no easy way to tune hyperparameters. We added integration with carbs, which is the best algorithm out there that we know of. So like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that went into this. But the cool thing is, it's now like a couple thousand lines of total code, and it just wins, because you get stuff like this out of it. This is training at over 30,000 steps per second on one GPU, compared to like low thousands with like optimized original implementations, and hundreds if you use like the originals. So there you go. It's pretty cool. I'm a little sketched out by the value losses on these things. It's funny. Oh no, my RL doesn't work, but now there's Puffer. Live support, yeah. That's how it works. MOBA's in a very nice spot. MOBA is in a very nice spot. It's 7:30, folks. Um, I am gonna go grab food and then go to bed soon. Um, does anybody have any last minute burning RL questions or other things? I was just sticking around to make sure that this run isn't crashing. Relatively new to RL, what are some ways to incentivize trying new macro level actions for agents without reaching local optima? Trying new macro level agents. Okay, so there isn't. Um, I should explain the technicals on this because I don't know your level of background. So, in the majority of deep learning, local optima are not a problem because they do not exist in high dimensional space. You can show that. Here's a really a dumbed down proof of it that I like to show. If you have like a 2D plane, right? Like you have like a 2D like a let's say a 3D surface, right? You have like a bowl. Yeah, there's a local optima. But if you look at every dimension, right, as like you can either go up or down in each dimension. So it can look like this, it can look like this, or it can look like this. Here, let me do it properly. So each dimension, right, in high dimensional space, you can look like this, like a bowl. It can look like this, like an upside down, right? Or it can look like a saddle point. And in low dimensional space, it's very likely that you're going to eventually get stuck in a bowl. But in high dimensional space, for every single dimension, if you want to treat it as a random variable, there's like a 50-50 chance that you're going to have at least one that is not a bowl. You're going to have at least one that's like a saddle point or something else you can get through. So essentially, you get exponentially decreasing chance of getting stuck. The problem is that while the neural nets in RL are still big enough for this to happen, the space of strategies itself is not. You have a relatively low dimensional space of strategies. Another way to think about this is just like when you get stuck in a game, it's because at a high level you're not trying something out, right? Like you could be pressing all your buttons, but you're not trying something out at a high level. Yes, it's an exploration problem, but the thing is there's no really principled way to do it. So what I would suggest to you would be, if at all possible with your problem, and you have a fast simulator, which is really where you want to be, just like define around 5 different components that are related to the reward, right? Like pick 5 things that are probably related to agent performance. Have a separate metric that's not just reward. So let's say that you have, like, your game has like a progress metric, right, through the game. That's your your score. And then you just pick 5 like things in the game that you think are related to that. And then you have the hyperparameter tuning algorithm just tune all the various weights of those. So you don't have to touch the weights of these different reward components. It gets tuned for you, but you still get an agent that can make use of these reward signals to optimize something bigger. That's a pretty good strategy at the moment. And there's no way in general to avoid the local optima. You simply have to have a reward space that can be shaped such that they don't really exist as much, or that they can be brute forced around. Yeah, because getting out of them requires like higher level knowledge and shit. It's hard. But that's like a pretty good strategy, and that will generally work pretty well. What's the point of trying to find sample efficient RL when you show PPO is super sample efficient with carbs? Well, the thing is, like, people get really finicky because they're like, oh, well, my situation is I have a robot and I have like 5,000 samples, right? And it has to learn. I generally think in those situations that RL is not even the right choice to begin with. RL shines in high data regime, and there are real problems that do have high rate data regime. You can bring it down substantially with good hyperparameters, with maybe different algorithms and stuff, but it's still going to shine in the high data regime. So I optimize for this setting first because this is where it's easier to push experimental progress. Sample efficiency is not totally dumb, but it does mean that if you try to optimize for sample efficiency during your research, you're not going to get anywhere. Those are the best explanations I can give. I'll tell you a little bit about this. So I have a video coming up that's like 10 levels of reinforcement learning, where I go through the stack all the way from hyperparameters down to environment design, and I talk like for a minute or two on how every single one of these, what are the problems that we're facing now, both at a meta level, like the field is facing, and then specifically. And I talk about how Puffer is addressing each one of them. But the high level picture of what I'm doing with Puffer is just make tons of super fast sims, right? When you have super fast sims, you can automatically do good science via the number of experiments that you run. almost nobody in RL is doing good science right now, which is why we're stuck, because they can't, because everything is too slow, and we build from there. And a lot of the stuff in the middle is just like the engineering on how you get that stuff right, but it's solved at this point. I know how to do it, and it's either done, 90% done, or like on the back burner because it's not yet the bottleneck, but I know how to do it. There are very, very few things left that I genuinely don't know how to do. I talk about one of them in there. But genuinely, like, RL's in a really, really good spot now with Puffer. The whole rest of the field is on fire, but like, this line of work is doing great. I'm trying to figure out a few ways to like expand the Puffer, like the community, and get more people contributing sims and stuff as well. I think the live stream is going to be fun for that because I already have a couple people doing it. Eventually, we're probably going to put together bounties of some sort after Puffer gets revenue. Um, Hopefully, we can do something like that at least. We'll see. But the other thing is we just need to get more hardware. Like, the amount of hardware we have right now is not enough for what I want to do fully with Puffer. And the thing is, like, we can't just grab slices of time on people's machines that have, like, 100 setups, because the hardware we need for all the existing RL environments is very CPU heavy. Actually, with the environments I'm building, we're going to be able to use more standard setups, but this is all there is at the moment. It's just an eight desktop cluster. We need a 50 desktop cluster. So that's going to be one of the relatively early goals, is to get enough revenue to fund something like this. Since I have a few people listening, quite a few people listening here, I'm gonna pose a cool problem. Um, I'm gonna pose something kind of cool. I don't know if I'm gonna put this in the video properly or not, because it's like very speculative and it's kind of wishy-washy, but I think it's something that folks could think about, and maybe can actually generate some cool insights. So my original motivation for developing Neural MMO was to have, which if you haven't heard of, it's the thing from my thesis. It's a massively multi-agent environment. Think like RuneScape or World of Warcraft, but built for reinforcement learning from the ground up, and doing that for 7 years. So the original motivation for that was, like, I saw MMOs as this crazy complex persistent simulator that if you were to be able to just train RL agents in it really fast end to end, they could learn like all sorts of general intelligence skills from scratch, from the ground up. So you kind of get like emergent general intelligence, at least some low level form of emergent general intelligence. And if you could do that, I think you would get the level of result in AI that you've gotten from language models, but out of RL. Obviously, the field went completely the opposite direction, and all the money for scaling stuff and building out all the infrastructure went into LLMs, not RL. But I think that if they'd gone the RL way and done that, you would have gotten a similar level of competency. Like, it wouldn't be able to read, or it wouldn't be able to process images, but you would like be able to stick it into any autonomous system, and it would just be able to like go and do stuff, right? Like any sort of industry simulator, any sort of like unintuitive problem that doesn't translate well to language or vision would just be solved. I think that's the level that you would get out of that. So that was the original goal for Neural MMO, and I still think that that's possible, and I still think an MMO is a good format for that. But I'm still looking now, are there formats of games that also can do this, that are easier to implement efficiently, and without having to build out the level of content that there is in an MMO. And there is one piece of literature, well, I don't know literature, but there's a good book that I listened to recently during one of my runs. Yeah, I don't know if you know the Culture series. It's like a well-known sci-fi series by Ian Banks. It's a very silly series. It's very well written. It has a bunch of cool text, like sci-fi stuff in it. It's really horny for some reason. I don't know. That was a little weird, but that's beside the point. So the thing is, there's the book is, what's this specific book? Player of Games, yeah. And there's this concept in here. There's this game called Azad. I'm not gonna like go through the whole thing, but the concept is that there is a game that is so complex and interesting that it can be used to decide everything in all of society, right? So like, who is qualified for what job, play the game, right? Is like who is like qualified for what job, how should rank be decided, like military structure, everything is decided through this game because it's like a one-to-one mapping of all of the type of reasoning that you have to do to be successful in the real world. um, so that type of thing is what I'm interested in, because if you have an environment that really requires this level of reasoning, but it's self-contained, so you can develop this reasoning just by playing this game, right? And it runs really fast. That's like a match made in heaven for reinforcement learning, because on one GPU, you could play hundreds and hundreds of years of this game, right? Just on one GPU, without even having to scale hardware at all. And the intelligence that could result from that, I think, would be astounding to folks. It's just that we don't have the simulators. And I think that this is where RL has gotten stuck, is just not having the simulators. Because like we have tons and tons of environments, right? And it's gotten to the point where you'll go to conferences and people will say, oh, we don't need more simulators, right? We have so many environments. But if you look at them, they're all slow. There are almost no simulators at all that are fast enough to be reasonably usable. Atari is a few thousand frames per second until I messed with it a bunch. Now I have it up to 30,000 steps per second train, but that's still more than an order of magnitude too slow. Like, all the new sims that we're building with Puffer are 1,000,000 steps per second minimum per CPU core. You can do so much more with that. So that's what I wanted to leave you with. That's what I wanted folks to think about. I don't know. I don't know if this is a feasible project, right? But it's definitely something I want to look at as I'm building more sims for Puffer, is like, can we build towards that level of sophistication? So I've been going through a few different board games. I've been going through like a few different, like, what are like the most complicated games ever made? What are like really simple games that are easy to explain but have really rich dynamics, right? These are things I'm thinking about. So yeah, if you have ideas, let me know. I hate to end stream when we have this many people, but it is 7:41, and I do need to eat dinner. But that's sort of my vision for stuff, right? And sometimes the daily work with this stuff, it's usually fun. Sometimes it's a bit grindy, but that's the long-term vision of it. And the main thing in my PhD that killed it, honestly, that like didn't get neural MMO as far as I wanted, it was just the infrastructure. It wasn't the algorithms. It wasn't anything. It was just not having infrastructure to make this shit fast and like relatively easy to work with. Sleepy Joseph creates no good content at all. Need sleep? Yeah. I should get some rest. I've been pretty burnt out lately. Here. If you haven't already, if you just joined, start the Puffer. It helps me out a shit ton. And I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be doing some more stuff. We're going to hopefully, if this doesn't crash, we'll have this, where is it? This Beam Rider sweep will be finished. We'll have that, and we'll be able to run a new Atari Env. And then the main thing that you're here for is we'll have a sweep on the new MOBA. This was the old sweep. The old sweep was really awesome. We'll have a new sweep, and hopefully we'll be able to build out from there. And then we'll see what we do. I don't know. Thanks, folks. See you around.